Evening all. How are we all doing? Yeah, we hate that track, Danger Mouse. It's awful. We do need to replace this music, and again, we do have some. It's just, yes, getting around to making a playlist for some reason keeps getting shunted to the bottom of my to-do list. Ah, no worries, Claire. I was just about to ask you actually why the list has got colours all over it. Okay, yeah, just looking at the spreadsheet, looks like I have a little bit of work to do on fixing the number counter. So we will give Claire time to sort that out. Not a problem. Well, while we wait, to be honest, I don't have a lot to show you for stuff I've been working on. I've been working my way through like a text file that we did yesterday, just basically going through some of the main issues that we're having in multiplayer and some various bits and pieces, as well as fixing bugs on the tracker. So most of it is a lot smoother now. We've got an internal test build where things like getting teleported into the ceiling when you get out of chairs, that's fixed now. Seeing a character stuck on the bridge ceiling when you either quit the game or exit a chair, or even sit in a chair sometimes, that's all been fixed now. Seeing heron boots in chairs randomly when you join a game, that's fixed now. We've basically been going through just trying to find all the really niggly issues in multiplayer that kind of affect gameplay. So hopefully by the end of the week that will all be nice and smooth. I shall have a look, Delta. I see it. I see what you've done there. Hang on, let me open the link there. There's a little tiny Magellan up there, I think. Is that what you're pointing out? Partial controller support means you can basically play the game with a controller, but you can do you can't do a lot of the more intricate menu stuff. I think of some examples. Things like the ship customization. So being able to move the RGB wheel around, things like that are not working on the controller. So there's a few bits and pieces that are non-gameplay critical that don't work on controllers yet. So we can't claim to have full controller support until literally everything is working. Okay, Claire is ready, so I shall just double check that we are all lined up and all that makes sense. That's not between 1 and 10,000. Although I guess No, even if it's 10,000, contacts would win. So, yeah. Oh, hang on. Is that a Claire thing? I was about to criticise David's ability to read instructions, but it might be Claire's fault. Stick random.org on there just so that we're ready. Alright, I'll take the 8 off. There we go. Okay, so my original criticism stands. Okay, so if we're all ready, we shall go ahead and start drawing some numbers. Thank you once again to Firstus and Max for sponsoring the captain roles. Very much appreciated. And we will have 4 lucky captains. So, the first number is going to be 9,024. And that goes to Ender Astreus. I think that's how you pronounce that. Congratulations. Just waiting for Claire to give the all clear. Okay, and our next captain, 5304. And that is RDCRDC and a bunch of numbers. Congratulations. You are now a captain. And our third captain, 34. Well, I think that's the lowest number I've ever seen on this. Saavedra, congratulations. 13, certainly not unlucky for you. Okay, and our final captain rank goes to 6317. And that is Weir 782. Almost nailed it. Congratulations. Or is that Wire? I suppose it's Wire. Wire 782. Okay, so just on to dev build keys now, and our first key goes to 216. Danger Mouse, congratulations. Honestly, I thought you had a key already. Well done. Four, 9, 8, 9. Way. Woodland Knight. Congratulations. Hey, Celtic. Okay, our final number and our final key goes to 6130. And that is Firelin. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, so Claire will ping you all, and you shall be getting either a captain role or a key. Well done all. My work here is done, so I shall close them. Oh, that's just my egg ink data. Enjoy my egg ink data. I may be slightly addicted to egg ink on my phone. So what are we doing tonight? Well, it is Magellan night tonight, and on Sunday we were doing a bunch of wiring and infrastructure work for the Caravella, and I thought it might be nice to take a break from the VIP quarters and do the same thing for the Magellan. The beauty of the Magellan is we already know where those wires and things are going to go, so it'd be interesting to have a go at actually modelling them properly. And getting them like properly routed in engine. So at the moment, especially around engineering, everything's looking a bit bare, especially where we have a bunch of wires just floating in space. In fact, they don't even appear in SketchUp. So if we load up the right level a minute. Missing some floors there somewhere. Yeah, so at the moment, all of the cables in the game essentially just look like this. So they are physically present, roughly where they need to be, but they don't go anywhere. So logically, they are actually working, but physically, you can't see where they're going. So all of these cables need to be physically routed within the engine. Not just those, but also all the pipes and stuff. Like we've got, pipes that don't connect, and pipes that just float in midair. All of this stuff needs fixing and routing and putting where it needs to go. When I did this here, this was back when the ceilings were lower, hence it floating. It took like a ridiculous amount of time to get these pipes smooth, get the curves right, and just generally get them like looking the way I wanted them to look. But even now, like these curves aren't perfect. Like you've got a bit of a slant there, and they're a bit bent, and they just don't look like solid pipes. But if we do that in SketchUp, then we can make them like proper solid curves, like proper solid pipe work. It's not kind of all wonky. And then we can copy paste over to this side. Because one of the things we can't do with all the spline work, so these are all just splines that I draw out manually. It's difficult to copy paste them and then invert them without the spline messing up. Whereas if we use a static mesh, we can definitely do that. So if we maybe start with some of the higher voltage cables. like you've got the input cables coming down here from the reactor, which aren't going anywhere. Yes, we are indeed. So really the question is, where do we start? So the other thing we need to do is we need to have a think about where the giant shaft of plummeting death is going to go. So this is the keel fin underneath, as you can see, and yes, I will fill this hole as well. We want to put radiators all down the side, on each side, and have a gantry that goes down. But because this is the main power feed for the FTL ring, we want something chunky and glowy coming all the way down underneath the reactor, that's going down and actually branching off for all the FTL capacitors. So we need, yes, we need our giant shaft of plummeting death underneath the reactor, and we'll probably open some of this up so it won't be a grill on the floor. It will actually be like a barrier like this, and you can actually just look over and look down all the way down the shaft. Something kind of Star Wars-esque, which I think could look quite cool. And then we will have a staircase going down from here. So we'll shift these props out of the way. And then this staircase will line up with this side. We need to flip the stairs around the other way. But conveniently, the keel fin stairs are underneath the existing stairs, almost like I measured it. And then we'll have a crew lift on this side, underneath the existing one that goes down. Yeah, so not entirely Star Wars, because it will have some kind of safety railing around it. But yeah, the keel fin does have quite a lot of volume in it. So we'll have capacitor banks all the way up the walls on both sides, some kind of power feed running right down the middle, and then some kind of staircase and gantry working its way around that. I just need to work out how we're routing that. Thank you once again, Sophie. You are consistently amazing. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I like a plasma tube, and to be honest, we can use it for the plasma exhaust as well. One of the things you have with a fusion reactor is power generation is basically like a zero-sum thing. So there's going to be excess plasma. So if you're not pulling the full amount of plasma you need to power the ship, and then you've got the reactor turned up too high, then that excess energy has to go somewhere. So we'll probably dump that out the bottom of the ring. Yeah, so in the real fusion reactor that we've based this on, you've got I think diverters at each end, and they kind of like harvest waste materials and things. So what we'll do is we'll have like a secondary tube of sorts running down the whole length of the keel fin, and then we'll have an exhaust port underneath somewhere. I guess we'll have to have it coming out the side because that's the FTL ring underneath. So yeah, we'll have some kind of an exhaust port around the bottom here, which is exhausting out all the excess plasma from the reactor. We can't really have it any further up than that because these will be subdecks with stuff on them. Yeah, so this is the refinery deck. And then this is the fuel harvesting deck. So we'll have some tankage and lots of pipes down there. Yeah, there's the way electricity is actually generated is we're using pressure against the magnetic field in order to induce electrical current. So the pressure from the fusion reaction, obviously you've got a massive electrical field holding the fusion in place, and then as the fusion reaction happens, pressure is being put on that electrical field, magnetic field, and that pressure externally is what's causing an electrical current, and that's actually a real thing. So we're kind of using real science for that. So it is a fusion, well, it's a direct energy harvesting technique that doesn't rely on turbines or steam or anything like that. I'm hoping I've still got a bunch of the electrical stuff on this particular save file. I've got some of it. I think the reactor itself's on a separate save file, but that's fine for now. So if we just grab our world center point, and we'll use that for our alignment going forward. Let's pop that down there. So if we do maybe 0.5 meter wide and make that the shaft that's going down. Let's get an idea of how big this actually needs to be. I'm guessing fairly big. Yeah, you'd be surprised. A lot of it is actually fairly consistent still. Yeah, it is just gaseous plasma that's being vented, but you're right, that probably will have some form of kinetic effect on the ship. Of some of this stuff that's all up in our face. We don't need that. I really do need to go through this level and start assigning some of these bits to the actual layer that they're supposed to be on, because we end up with lots and lots of stuff just in the way. So in order for us to do our main power distribution wall here, we need to get the power coming in. So this would be the main reactor feed coming into this one, and then that's then branched off to all the other ones. We can do these better. These are just splines at the moment, which I've tried to curve and line up as best I can, but they're not perfect, so we can improve those. And then we need to figure out where this cable actually attaches to the base of the reactor. Again, we're doing direct harvesting on the magnetic field, so we need visually that hardware on the reactor somewhere. You've got the magnetic field coils going down to hold the plasma in place, but we need something outward of those that's actually harvesting the energy, and then that needs to ultimately end up in that cable. And I guess, which one was the FTL one? No, this one, because it's got the magic FTL ball under it. Yeah, we'll probably have to route those back and turn the vertical shaft maybe into a bundle, like just essentially like a vertical wiring loom that goes all the way down. Yeah, because then we need the actual capacitor hardware. So yeah, the only place we have heat sinks for is there. We indent it slightly here, maybe. Tempted to raise that up ever so slightly, one more segment, and then make just these ones capacitors. So if we make that as such, so that should be a component already. Yeah, we need to have a look at that, Max. One of the things we do need to look at is arcing and what the arc distance is on certain voltages. So if the arc distance is beyond the width of the cable, then obviously we need to make bigger, fatter cables to stop that from happening. Ultimately, Anasi, we're working on everything. So the planetary landing stuff is it's something I want to get a head start on. So we're not working on planetary landings in like 9 till 5. We're not working on it during the working day. It's something I'll be doing on stream until we get to the patch where we're actually working on it as a deliverable for that patch. So every patch that we work on obviously has a set of features, and 9 to 5 we're working on those features for that patch. Although at the moment I'm obviously working on bug fixing. But in between that, when I'm working on stream on Fridays or when I'm just bored and I fancy working on something else, I'll look at what we need for the game in the future, and I'll try and get a head start on some of the things that are more interesting. Planetary landings and shuttles being 2 examples of that. So the sooner we can get a working prototype for planetary landings, the more we can, I suppose, start guiding the development process around it. So we can start tweaking maybe some of the gameplay elements, start learning some lessons from what feels good and what doesn't. And it's nice to just to be able to mix something up, basically. Wow, that's a fair old distance of arcing. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at doing. Obviously, that's going to be a solid vertical line of heat sinks, not unlike the ones we're doing on the FTL ring. So it will look a bit like, if I can exit the ship, a bit like the ones we've got on here. Yeah, so where we've got all these heat sinks going up around the ring, we will do a similar thing down here as well. So you've got heat sinks there, and you'll have heat sinks running up there. So I suppose, that being the case, if we just extend these ones up a bit. Though I think when we when we actually model this properly, I think what I'll do is I'll indent that slightly. So we'll have the whole plating on the outside, then I'll have that come in at a diagonal for the actual heatsink hardware, so that it's, you know, from the front it'll be protected. And we'll round off the bottom one and the top one maybe. All good. I think based on power density, I'm just wondering whether or not we maybe use the bottom ones for the FTL and maybe the upper ones for like the artificial gravity. They don't need to be as dense or as hot as the ones for the FTL ring. Because my only concern with using these ones for the FTL is we've got no room for the heat sinks. Especially as we've got, like, you know, deck going around it. Okay. Actually, let's fire this up a minute. Make sure we've only got one player, so we're not having to do multiplayer. The upper part of the cone is going to be the refinery deck, and the bit underneath is going to be the fuel harvesting hardware. Yeah, my shower's cold. Someone turn up the FTL. Ignore my frame rate, by the way. For some reason, whenever I run the game in the engine, the actual CPU thread, it gets absolutely hammered, and I don't know why or what's causing it. On a packaged game it's absolutely fine, but yeah, in the editor it just does not like the CPU at all. So I'm thinking, in terms of distributing the power, I'm thinking of getting rid of this particular box, because we've got what is a paltry 100 megavolts even, coming from the reactor, which we're splitting into 4 distinct power feeds, but we don't actually need 4 power feeds because all the power is going down the shaft of doom. So really this FTL box is redundant. So maybe we'll make that artificial gravity instead. So we'll keep the box there, we'll repurpose that for the gravity plating, and then just stick the FTL straight down there. And then we'll have the controls and the breakers for the FTL down the stairs that we'll put here. That would make life a tad easier. So that can be the main FTL power lead going down from underneath the reactor. Which means let's make another object under there. So we'll have like a distribution cap type object underneath the floor, and that's where we will connect all the different power outputs for the reactor. So that's going to include the main high voltage feed for the box at the back. Because we've got this like hilarious little battery looking thing at the moment, which needs to face the other way. Yeah, so we'll get rid of that off the reactor model. So we had that as our previous feed, but I think we'll just run it just naturally under the floor. Obviously we need to make sure that we can pull up floor plates and things to access it. And we'll make it a lot bigger than this one. So the gravity plating underneath the floors, and hopefully this is one of the ones where I've done it. Yeah, so you've got this cavity under here. And we're going to have field emitters under the floors on a per segment basis. So there'll be a power feed running underneath, and this is where all the coils will be. And it's essentially the same tech as the FTL. So we'll have the same mineral that we use for the FTL drive that allows us to create a virtual mass with much less voltage. And it just creates enough virtual mass locally within the floor in order to induce 1 G's worth of gravity. Or close to 1 G's worth of gravity. And eventually that will be per floor segment. So each segment of corridor will have its own gravity value. So you could lose gravity there, and then obviously there'll be a bit of overlap, but you'll have 1 G here, and then maybe like a 1/4 G like stood here. So you'll have like weird gravity fluctuations. But that will go into our grid-based system for fire spread, gravity, air pressure, and all the rest of it. Yeah, so if you have a dodgy coil and you're walking down a corridor, all of a sudden it'll be like, whoa, like you're going over like a humpback bridge or something. You'll suddenly like feel half the weight. Technically, you could. I think the way we're going to do it, because artificial gravity is like a crazy tech at the best of times. So because we're using like raw mode to do it, we're literally just taking Einstein's field equation and say, right, okay, we're just going to throw enough energy at the problem that it creates enough matter in order to create gravity. It's really kind of raw the way we're doing it. So to increase gravity beyond 1g means you're throwing even more energy into the equation. So we want to keep it so that it's almost 1g, like 0.99 or something, like literally just enough energy to provide the crew with enough gravity, but no more because it's so costly. Yeah, so the point you make there, Christopher, actually is a good one. So originally, we were going to have a single source of gravity, which would take the form of one set of coils underneath the ship. And then those coils would create a gravitational field which would be at its strongest on the lowest deck and at its weakest at the top. But you would have a gravitational field which would extend around the entire ship. So if a shuttle was flying, say, from the back between the rings, the shuttle would suddenly start falling as soon as it entered the field. And similarly underneath, because it's a 360-degree field, a shuttle approaching from underneath would suddenly start falling upward towards the ship. We had to abandon that as an approach when we added the keel fin, because that no longer works, because gravity will be upside down in the keel fin otherwise. So by having underfloor gravity plating, or underfloor gravity fields, that means we can create localized gravity, and it also lowers the power requirements as well by doing it that way, because you're only having to generate enough energy to create enough mass just for a corridor segment. If like this there's literally nothing under the floor, then that's one of those suspension of disbelief moments. Obviously, they'll add up. So if all of these floors have a grid under them generating gravity, then obviously there's going to be a bleed over between segments. So the gravity you feel here is still kind of roughly coming from here. Yeah, I think that's probably a good way of looking at it. So like we've got quite a chunky step. So inside the step there could be just a single coil inside there, just generating enough to create gravity on the step. Artificial gravity is a difficult one because it doesn't matter how you explain it, it's going to be sci-fi. We just need some kind of plausible sci-fi to explain the way we're doing it. yes, there will be no nanotech. The shuttle bay looks like this at the moment. So it's no more than grey boxing at this stage. I expect the top section to be angled on both sides, and I really would like to have a staircase kind of embedded and hidden in the angled bit that takes you up to like an observation lounge area up here. So it'd be nice if there was maybe just like a circular domed roof that gives you a really good view of space, and then the access to that would be from this corridor here. So you'd walk along the top section of the shuttle bay, and you'd have angled windows looking down at the shuttle bay, and at the end you just have a staircase that takes you up through the roof into the observation lounge at the back here. It wouldn't be a serviced lounge, so there wouldn't be like a bar or anything there. It's literally just like seating and a domed window, but just somewhere nice to sit and look at space. Yeah, we've looked at various single shot gravitational sources, but none of them hold up to scrutiny. Like if you've got like a giant vessel like the Magellan, and then another vessel the size of the Magellan, and then you park them next to each other with both of them having their gravitational fields turned on, those fields are going to interact, and then those ships are basically going to pancake against one another. Or you have something like the Magellan trying to park next to a station which would have an even bigger gravitational field around it. And again, you've got these two objects that are going to both pancake into one another. So you really need a field that's so localized that it's not going to affect anything beyond the boundaries of the ship's hull. So like underfloor gravity plating is really the only localized thing we can do that's not going to cause further issues. Ultimately, it's sci-fi. You know, whichever way we do it, it's sci-fi. It's difficult to know exactly where to route this one without the actual boxes in place, and I don't have those particular boxes on this file, so I might skip those ones and just do these ones. But that's where the cable needs to run, so that's going to be the main high voltage feed for the various ships' high voltage systems. And what we also might need to do, depending on just how much voltage needs to go up this one cable, is again split off from this one, and then feed each of these individually. So rather than having one cable from the reactor that splits into 5, we'll have 5 separate high voltage cables coming from the reactor, and then we'll route that up and around as needed. I think I prefer that as a solution, because this one cable powering everything, just it's all a bit eggs in one basket, and the amount of voltage we'd have to put through this one cable would be crazy. So splitting that 5 ways means it only needs 1/5 of the voltage going up one of those particular cables. It's just previous versions of it. So over the past few years, I've obviously made a lot of big changes to the ship, and every time I do that, I'll essentially continue the changes in a new save file. So I've got backups of the old versions, and when I was doing the most recent one, the ship as it now stands, I was only really concentrating on the outer hull. So I only copied across the outer hull stuff, not a lot of the internal geometry like the reactor and things. So all that stuff still exists in the older save files. I just need to export them and copy them over. That's kind of beyond what we're doing tonight. So I shall just work without them for now. But yes, I think what we'll do here is if we have that times 2, in fact let's measure it, that'd be even better. So we'll do 30 times 2. Same this way, 30 times 2. So we'll have the high voltage feeds coming laterally out of the reactor, which is what this floor panel here is going to be for. So we'll make sure that there is a visible cable tray that runs underneath these flooring pieces, and we'll make this see-through as well for that reason. And then we'll have that come all the way to here, and then we will branch off those 5 cables into the 5 boxes. And I suppose we'll probably connect those underneath. So we'll flip the interfaces around. So you've got the high voltage coming in the bottom because it's the shortest run from the reactor. Basically, the least amount of cabling we can put on there, the better, given how high a voltage it's going to be. So we'll have the 5 running under the floor, which then split 5 ways for these boxes, and then the outputs we'll have on the top snaking off, wherever they need to go. And then the FTL one can come vertically straight down into all the capacitor banks down there. Let's give them a color. Did I just put, no I did, made them way too high poly, but that's fine. They can be placeholders for now. What I'll do is I'll group all this up together, and I'm going to export this as just one whip model. so they can all run under the floor there, and the big chunky one goes down there. May as well add that to the group as well. Let's have a look at the floor structure under this actually. I don't know whether we're using this frame. I don't think we are we? I think it's just a straight. Yeah, it's just that that's holding it up. So they need to go up higher than that. Just under the floor. More like it. Yeah, so in order to perform maintenance on these particular cables, we will have removable floor panels, and then you can physically access those cables, although you'll be able to access them through the railing as well. We'll do that as one run of cable from there to there, so that'll be one whole object that you can interact with. That one's feeling a bit thin and pathetic now. I might need to make it chunkier. Yeah, well eventually all the cables will be color coded, so we'll probably color code them based on voltage. And then also have diameter changes as well. So those are the deck feeds, so they're thinner than the those are the quadrant feeds, so they're thinner than the deck feeds. And then you've got the higher voltage ones, which are thicker again. But again, we'll do cable thickness based on arcing distance. Up to a point anyway. Some of them might need to be thinner than what they would have to be in real life, but I'll have to hand wave that a little bit. Right, so we've got the start capacitor. So we need a cable that goes from there to the reactor. So that's the G deck ones, the F deck ones. Yeah, so those ones need to come up here for these ones, and also those ones. The ones above that only have a single feed, so they don't need that. Okay. Let's just give that a try then. So we know that we have these ones up here. Not sure what's happening that side. So of course, since we did this the first time, all of the heights are off because we've extended the deck by double. So we just need to make sure that these are appropriately high in the game world. I'm not seeing any joins on that one, so that's just a base mesh. Right, so you're -1905. Okay, and that's measured to the floor. Yeah, it's a good question. The reactor room would lose pressure. There's not really any way that we can seal that off. So if you were to take some kind of large hit underneath on the keel fin, then yeah, that is going to puncture the hull there. Although this is probably going to be one of the most armoured parts of the ship. So we want to make it so that attacking like an area like this is impractical. So there are other parts of the ship that would be juicier targets, because this bit will be so armoured that that attacking it is, you know, you're wasting your time attacking here when you'd be better off just going for the engine pods. But yes, if that was punctured in some way, then that vacuum would go up all the way through the reactor room. Yeah, we could do, but the problem is you've got lots of cabling and infrastructure running through there, and it's, I mean, we could have doors that close, but then you're you know, severing all the cables when you do that. You'd be basically losing FTL at that point. Yeah, well, we'll look into it when we actually start modelling this properly, and see what the options are. But I would have thought the only way to properly seal this off would be to sever the main cable for the FTL. So it's a case of you either choose to lose power entirely, or you just evacuate the room and keep it in vacuum until you can fix the breach. the origin gone? There it is. Right. Right, so measuring down to there is 2050. Okay, and the snapping point for that one is down on the floor. It's probably there. And that one is 1905. Yeah, so it needs to come up a little bit. Have a good one, Delta. Okay, so what we want to trial with choosing to do the cabling in SketchUp as a static mesh as opposed to drawing it manually in Unreal is the ability to rapidly put cables together that aren't going to need careful tweaking of a spline. So we need one cable for each one of these. So we grab the midpoint. Suppose if we do a ring, or a series of rings around each box. That needs to come down as well. Yeah, and I guess from here they'd need to go through there. Yeah, we're running the cable itself, the easy part. We need to draw a path to basically pipe along. So there's a few plugins here where we can just create a tube along a path. That's easy. So we just need to make sure that we draw those paths and put them in sensible places so that we can see where those cables are going. Because each one of these quadrant distributors on F and G deck need one cable coming in each from the startup capacitors. So that's 8 cables that are going through there, plus an additional one for the reactor hardware, which is also on the wrong deck. So this one's going to have to come up under the floor as well. So we also need the reactor capacitors actually. So I think what we'll do is, if we make these upper few capacitor banks the reactor capacitor banks, given that they're directly under the reactor, then that's essentially what we're supplying power to in order to fire up the reactor initially. And then we'll have a cable coming off of those to power up the UI and everything else that's connected to it. They will need moving, yes. So ultimately, the bank of UIs across there for the high voltage systems, we want to move all of that into the engineering control room. So the reactor room will only be dealing with the reactor itself, and the basic distribution will be moved into here. So there'll be a lot of electrical distribution boxes in the control room. Lots of switchboards basically, where you can just enable or disable breakers like ship-wide practically. We'll probably remove all of the quadrant and deck ones and put all those in the control room. We'll keep the per deck ones, but all the main ones will be in the control room. So we'll have like one big main breaker wall with lots of like wiring schematics all over it. So what I'm doing here a second, I'm just working out where those cables need to actually run physically. We know we're going to need a ring around the outside. So if we assume, obviously we've got the support for the floor there, so we'll have to take them down below that. So if we say 15 to there, and then to the wall is 1,005, so let's take it to 1,000. Conveniently, it's in that pipe, so I'll just move that around. Pleased to hear it, thanks. Bit more high poly. bring that in a bit. Right, so that gives us a path. And then all we need to do is pipe along the path. Diameter of 5 centimeters. So that's our first power cable. Basically, we'd have 4 cables going around like that, and then each one of them would have to connect upward to the quadrant distributor, which means we need to make sure we route them in such a way that obviously the first one we get to needs to be the top cable. As we work around the circle, we need to go down one at a time, so they don't all overlap on top of one another. And then we need to rationalize that at this end somewhere. So we could run it under the floor here. Or perhaps it would be better to run it under the floor there. I mean, to be honest, we could maybe run it across the ceiling, but headroom is already at a premium, so through the floor is probably easier. Yeah, so we had 8 cables running under the floor there, plus the 9th for the reactor. And then we also need, similarly going in the other direction, cables for the electrics, for the lighting, and also for the capacitors. They need to come up through here as well. Okay. So the trick to it is obviously lining this one up with this one in a smooth and nice way. So we're going to have to curve that nicely somehow. It's going to require some spline shenanigans in SketchUp, I think. Then we can attach some brackets on there just to hold the wires. So we've got that one there, that one there. Bring them all down the same length for now. So if we just check the order on the box, if I can find the box. Right, so we've got forward, starboard, aft, and port. I suppose it doesn't matter a huge amount what order they're on here, because once they get under the floor, we can mix them up a bit, make sure they're going the right way. So the HVAC is going to be coming through the top, so we're not going to be in the way of that one. Yeah, just need to be careful we don't start trying to stuff too many cables down the same cable run, otherwise it's going to get a bit crazy. Yeah, we're doing a similar job for the Magellan that we were doing for the Caravella on Sunday, which is just working out precisely where the cable runs are going. So we know what power cables we need and approximately where they need to run. But what we don't know specifically yet is the precise location of the actual final modelled cable. So we know we need a ring of cables around the base of the reactor for these boxes, but like where they exit and how they reach where they're going, that's still up for debate. So we're just making sure that we get them properly positioned, because like we've got the start distributor UI and everything here. So all the cables, like there's like 10 cables connected to that box. So those 10 cables need to come through this wall, or this wall, and they need to all be routed where they need to go at the same time as all the other cables that are also coming down the maintenance tunnels. So we're going to end up with a lot of cabling on these walls. So we need to make sure we're not like, it's not too dense in cabling, otherwise we're going to get ourselves confused. Death is dead. Yeah, no, actually, I've been on a keto diet for the past couple of months. I started off doing a 3-day fast. It was just a water fast, and I think that was about 2 months ago. I can't remember when I did it now. But yeah, and since then I've just been on a 16/8 fast routine with a keto diet. No, I'm not being like super strict with it or anything. Like, you know, I bought some mince pies and I've been having some mince pies and cream, and that's definitely not keto. But yeah, it's working. I'm probably losing about a kilogram every other week, something like that. I was 113 kilograms, I think, when I started, and I'm down to 102 now, so it's definitely heading in the right direction. But thanks for noticing. I know a keto diet isn't for everybody, but I find it works for me. Will it do them all at once? Yes, it will. Well, on Friday, I'm going to be doing a planetary landing stream, I reckon. From everything I've looked at with it so far, it looks plausible, so we'll give that a whirl on Friday and see how we get on with it. You know, I find most nights I just make myself some random meat product with salad, and yeah, I find that I'm happy on that. I think starting the diet with a fast first helped, because like I talked to Claire about this, and it's kind of weird, but like when you don't eat anything for 3 whole days and you literally just exist on water, it genuinely changes your perspective on food. Like, I don't feel the need to snack like I used to. You know, I used to kind of be addicted to chocolate biscuits and such, or cake and tea. I couldn't drink a cup of tea without having a bit of cake with it because it just seemed like the thing to do. I don't get those cravings anymore, so going on the fast really kind of changed me mentally when it comes to how I, look at food and snacking and eating. And I find that I'm quite happy just eating, again, just some like random meat product with salad. It's enough for me. Claire actually did better than me on the fast. She went for a whole 5 days, which is crazy. And the funny thing was, after not having eaten for 3 days, I wasn't actually even hungry at the end of it. I just got bored. Like, I was bored of not eating. I just, I missed the taste of food and the experience of just eating food. So, yeah, I just stopped out of boredom. But Claire stuck it out for the whole 5 days. So, well done her. Okay, so we've got 4 cables on each side. It'll have to come through this wall somewhere. And I guess we've got a thicker one that needs to come through for the reactor. So if we... I guess we'll just make one. Make one which is, I guess, double that size-wise. Then that's going to be the reactor cable. So that lot needs to be reconciled with that lot, which also needs to be reconciled with this lot. Why can't I select those? Better. So these ones, again, because of the moving the decks around from the wrong place, so I'm just going to just get rid, and I'll copy the other ones from below. That's the old cable run, that is. Looks about right. So you, so I'll grab those as well. No, I didn't do any supplements. I was using smart water, so it's got like water with electrolytes in it. So it wasn't like tap water, it was electrolyte water, but still. Okay, so we've got the 4 cables that need to be split up for these. And that's those 4, that's those 4, which means those 4 of those need to run up to those 4. And that's also the the HVAC that runs up through there. So we need to make sure that we don't use the space we've got reserved for the HVAC coming through. So the HVAC's going to punch through here. So we need to make sure we route around that. And then these ones, yeah, they're going to have cable runs running vertically upward. The HVAC has like heating, ventilation, and something. Basically, the air conditioning and oxygen supply for the ship. Might move that up just a little bit, actually. I was going to say, I didn't think we had two windows there. Yeah, so these cables need to go. So all of the deck distributors up in the vertical stack. These ones need to go to each corridor ring. So we've got the usual, lighting, utilities, etc. So however many of those are needed, they need to punch through the wall there, then come up and over the top. Ah, thank you, Delta. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. So when we do this one, we only need to do it once because we can copy paste it and mirror it for the other boxes, just to make life a little bit easier. But we definitely then need to make sure that it lines up perfectly with where the connectors are on the box, because some of these boxes are procedural, like these ones. I think these ones are. You can usually see the join if they are. Perhaps these ones aren't. Ah, no, definitely are. So yeah, there is a join. You can barely see it, but it is there. So it basically takes the corner pieces and adds flat bits between them, so you can make any size box depending on how many cables you need. Which means that the plugs aren't necessarily where they would be in SketchUp. So we might need to just in order to make everything connect perfectly, might need to make these boxes specifically the size they need to be in SketchUp with the plugs that we need, so that they're exactly where we need them in the world space, so that everything lines up. So last time I ran the cable run up the edge there, and actually this isn't quite in the middle of the panel, so these could do with being just rotated around a little bit. So if we grab the midpoint there, let's make sure that's aligned in the middle there. No, that wasn't the middle. Yeah, that's the middle. Need to make sure we have room enough on the side to do the actual cable run. And we'll have those ones behind it, I guess. Okay, so these are for the quadrant distributors, so they're going to need to be 5 centimeters in diameter. Right, and we need to rotate this around that same radius, however many times we need cables for. It's doing it the opposite direction, that's not very helpful. Autosave, always at the worst moment. So if we say 0.4 degrees times 8, now we'll do the same the other way. Actually, no, we won't. Oops. So essentially they'll all curve round into that box. And then each one of these, we need to route round to one of those. So I guess the bottom one's probably the obvious one for that. So Okay, so you'll use that one for that box. And then that one needs to come across to that box. And so on and so on. Just make sure we've got all those in the right place. I don't have the electrical for the other decks, so we'll just make them. So 350 times 7. Probably more than we need. We shall keep going though. Right, so that one goes to that one. That one goes to that one. What's nice when they're all connected up is that, like in engineering, you can actually see physically what's connecting where, which is very useful. So if we component that up, and then we also want to set the axes here as well. We pick the middle of the middle one, like that. Because we're working on the principle of that being rotated around, so having the axis direction all aligned makes life a bit easier. Right, so that one then. So we need to borrow our line there. So that will need aligning with that neatly. And then this is going to need aligning with that neatly, which means we're going to have to curve that around into there. Yeah, so part of me is thinking having all of this follow that curve might be causing too much trouble than it's worth the hassle for. Making them straight might be just as easy and ultimately work neater, but we'll see what we end up with. So we would copy that 180 degrees to the opposing edge, which lines up with that one. At least it will do once it's been adjusted. Hey Archer. Yes, the awkward thing about that is it needs flipping. Which means it's now offset. So the easiest way to make that easier If we draw a line just there. Because we want to flip it but still line it up. Okay, so now we can put it back where it needs to be. So that goes up that side. So that, yeah, that goes up that side. Oh, perhaps it didn't need flipping around after all. No, so that needs to come out the other side, so right, so we need to align it to the central panel, not the middle. So we need to get rid of that. If I get rid of all of that. So that needs to line up exactly with the middle there. So now we can flip that along that way. And of course we're in the wrong place. So we need to move that to there. And then rotate . Where'd our line go? Could have sworn I'd drawn a line across there. Okay, there is definitely a line there. Yeah, it's weird. It must have just not like fully clicked. quite lined up. There we go, now it's lined up. That's better. Now we've got a proper mirrored version that's a component, which means anything we change on one automatically gets changed on the other, and we don't have to do the work twice. Which is why we were doing all of that messing about. And then we can just rotate it 180 degrees, and then it's also accurate for the other side too. Alright, so up the middle there, we've got, this is essentially our power distribution grid going up the middle of the reactor, or the outer edge of the reactor room. So as we go up, we branch across to each individual device. So, case in point. So copy that up, 350 times 8. And there's our quadrant feeds. Just bring those down to match. Yeah, so obviously the downside of making the cables curved is it makes it all the more difficult to extend them, because this gap's just getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, when we do the tech manual, this is all going to be in it, in all of its glory. Let's just copy these 4 components, and then we'll stick them in the master group. Stick those runs in as well. And also these ones for good measure. Yeah, so you start to see kind of the pattern there of where the power distribution is all going to run. And then we branch out by quadrant and run through the individual breaker boxes that are actually on the decks themselves. So let's just export this a minute while we're here. So that's definitely an issue we're going to run into, is these boxes not being like actually lined up. Actually, I went with a bigger gauge cable for those as well, so I'll have to make those a bit fatter. So the idea is you'll have these cable runs going up the wall into all the various locations, and obviously those ones up there are superfluous. Although we will have one coming across to the bridge distributor, which actually needs to be a separate feed on all 4 boxes. So, so each of these boxes has a dedicated bridge feed, because the bridge is powered by all 4 quadrants, and these boxes are the boxes which get the feed directly from the batteries. Yes, we got so the aggregators go to that one, and that one, and then these cables that are coming out of here, that's essentially all of that lot that's going up, and then obviously the last one is always going to be the bridge one, so we need to take all 4 of those up so that they come in behind here, because the bridge distributor is obviously on this wall, so all the cabling needs to come up from down below here somewhere. So yeah, so if that breaker box is there, then we're going to have to bring it up through the ceiling there, which is why we've got this kind of cavity here behind. Yeah, it's going to run very close to the other box, but I'm sure we can squeeze it all in. It does also mean, though, that we're going to have to route that all the way around for like the ones on this side. They're going to have to come all the way around the wall and then up through there. This is the fun part. So look how disgustingly low poly these are these days. I'll remake these so they're like proper rubber connectors. And then the cable there is the same width as that. Yes, so the box here also takes its power from all 4 of the deck distributors to power the engineering systems. So the lift and the reactor, like the ongoing supply for the UI and everything, all comes from there. We'll have to see exactly how far we take that redundancy wise, because one of the issues we have right now, which is a weak spot in the design, is that if you turn off this box in particular, then it turns off all of the pumps and the chillers and everything, which is fine, but we just need to make sure that these boxes may require a 3rd input on them to make sure that if this particular, like if this battery room and the aggregator that's feeding this goes down, then the reactor's coolant loop and fuel loop is reliant on a single quadrant of the ship, and ideally we need to be feeding that from multiple quadrants. So either we have a separate output on the quadrant distributors and put a breaker box in here somewhere to keep this powered from all 4 quadrants, or we make each of these powered from all 4 quadrants. But we'll have a look and see where we're at cabling wise and what kind of room we have for things. I think because ultimately it's not just the fuel and coolant for the reactor that's important here. It's also things like life support, and you wouldn't want life support being run off as a single quadrant's power supply. You'd want that run off of like all the power that's available on the ship, and then whatever's left as well. So we need to have a think about what we're doing resiliency-wise for the core systems. Yeah, definitely, AJ. Yeah, because this room here is massive. It will have a holo display in the middle, which is why I've made it so big. So this is essentially the backup bridge. So everything that's on the bridge will also be in this room. So for any reason the bridge is out of commission, you should be able to fly the ship in its entirety from this room. But as such, it obviously needs the holo display, it needs all the other consoles. But we should still have plenty of room either side for electrical buses. But we'll see when we get to that. Right, so I will make them fatter. I won't do it now. I'll do it when I do the actual properly linked up spline. And I think I will make these straight. It'll be easier to manage that if they're straight, because I can do a straight elbow piece there, and then just have the horizontal run be curved, and just make sure that it's aligned with a straight 90-degree elbow on there, just to make life a little bit easier for ourselves. And then we do need to get rid of that. We got too many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Which ship is that? Is that the 890 jump? Because I had no idea that that had its own battle bridge. Oh yeah, I didn't know that. I've never actually set foot on one in person. I'll have to try and find one on a free flying weekend. Unless there's one in game somewhere that you can just go and traipse around. If I do E deck, then a lot of this I can copy paste up to the other decks. Yeah, so we've got the distributor is going to be there for the quadrants. So the power is essentially going to go through the wall behind the UI screen. Then it needs to come up and over the top. I guess we'll do that in a straight run. No, it won't. No, we'll put a kink in it so it aligns with the corridor, actually. We'll try and keep it visible, because if we put the frame top on there, obviously we want, when you're looking up through the ceiling, we want to be able to see the cabling. So we'll try and have it so that it's at least visible through the grating all the way across. So we'll come across at an angle, then we want a straight run through here. So it will have to come through the wall behind the screen, up and over, and then come back down in the corner there, and then we'll have a straight run, essentially at a crouch height all the way along there. And that'll power those boxes. And then the boxes themselves will then send cables off. One along there to power this bit, one around there to power that bit. Someone pointed out via a bug ticket that the boxes were powering the wrong things, because they were under the impression that ring 1 ended with the bulkhead and not here. And I think in retrospect they were probably right to assume that. So the distributor that lives here at the moment powers the whole of the straight bit and the curve, and you've got another distributor here to do the that curve and whatever straight bits beyond. But because we've got bulkheads separating them, I think it does actually make sense that that distributor would power those lights and those lights all along the same cable, so we don't need two separate cables for the lighting. And the same with the power for anything that happens to be here. And then this box will power again everything up to the bulkhead door. Yeah, it does seem to make more sense that way. Obviously we do have further bulkheads along the corridor curve, but we can ignore those for the sake of the corridor run. Yeah, because we can split the cable and just kind of spur off of it for this bit, and then this box would power up to that bulkhead and around that curve. And again, we'll do a spur for that bit, and then that one powers all of that. Yeah, ultimately that does make more sense. Yeah, and that's a fair point actually. If the bulkhead is closed, then these lights on this side getting power from this side, yeah, it does seem a little bit redundant. When it comes to what is powering the bulkhead itself, I think we will always go with the inward device. So we assume that the bulkhead will be powered by this box, not this one over here. But yeah, that does make more sense. So 3 of these will be identical, and then the 4th one will be mirrored, because we can't put a box on this side because of the planter. So that one will have a slightly mirrored design. The other 3 can be copy pasted. Just draw our line in this group so that we can use the direction of the axes. So we need one feed cable per box. So if we just stick that as far as there for a minute. I suppose. Stick it over there. So we've got 1, 2, spur, 3, I guess 4 over there somewhere. So that one there will do spur to there. Then that one would do a spur there, there. Then we'd have to have a another one around this side somewhere. So we'd have, I guess that's our boundary, isn't it? So yeah, so all of that. So we've got one there, one there, one there, and then we'd have to have maybe a secondary one there which powers this section. Yeah, for most of the other decks it's an easy routing for cabling, but because this deck's got a lot of stuff in one quadrant, we might need multiple boxes to power some of it. Like sick bay should probably have its own feed power-wise. So I think the forward section's probably going to end up having more cables than the other one, which means there's probably going to be a lot of cabling in these, running behind the walls here, which is a good thing. The more the merrier, really. Right, and then we need to make sure that we get the right diameter of cable. Fortunately, here's some we prepared earlier. These are the junction boxes that I made way back in the day. I'll probably use these again once we've got everything all connected up, but the idea is we have breakout boxes along the length of the cable with varying numbers of ports on them depending on our need, and that's what things like the lights will plug into. So we'd have one of these per segment pretty much. So I think this must have been the deck run, so that's, yeah, so they're quite small. So that would have been the lighting cable itself. So these ones would have been the ring mains. Which means these ones should have been bigger. They're still 5s. I think these ones were the big ones. Yeah, those are the 10s. Yeah, so I think the way we'll do these is we'll probably halve the radius as we go down in voltage as we're stepping down through. So all the supply cables will be 10 centimeters in diameter to the individual breakers, and then the actual ring mains will be the 5 centimeter ones, and then the drop cables from the ceilings will be about 1 inch. They're bigger than they would be in the real world, but we want them to be visible, like and interactable easily within the game. So we'll make them slightly thicker than they otherwise would be. I don't know, Mojin. I don't know what that is. Hang on. Oh, those things. Yes. Yeah, like the external, like weatherproof power connectors. They just seemed a lot more robust than typical household connectors. Yeah, looking at this, that does seem a bit overly chunky for what is essentially a 240 volt feed. Yeah, I was researching the main FTR feed, and we're probably going to go with a 5,000 amp breaker. They do exist and they're huge. So we'll see how much voltage we need to keep it within 5,000 amps. Yeah, that's where I saw it. So, YouTuber Hackaday blew a 5,000 amp fuse. That's what a 5,000 amp fuse looks like. They are huge. So that's the kind of thing we'd be using for the FTL. Yes, there will be physical levers. Okay, yeah, I'll stick with the 5cm cable, which is basically 2 inches for the per ring breaker boxes. So these are just the ones that are powering doors and lights and everything. So both the input and the output cable will be the same for that. Yeah, looks fun though. Don't know how many of these we'll need, so let's just make a bunch of them. Yeah, so the idea is behind the wall panels, it's going to look a bit like this. So you'll have lots and lots of infrastructure running through. So when you take the panel off, you'll need to identify obviously which cable it is you're working on, and we'll put labeling on the cables so that you can obviously identify which one you want to be disconnecting. And those junction boxes, where are they? Somewhere. Ah, there. Yeah, so these will be going along that run. Actually, if we borrow that one for a minute. That should be the correct gauge for that cable, yeah. thought I'd already sorted the axes out for this, but obviously not. So yeah, so within the wall you will get these guys, and they'll be like mid cable like that, and then things like the lights, they'll have drop cables which then plug into those sockets. So you'll see cables coming down from the ceiling, where you've got utilities plugged into them, and you'll also have the same for things like the doors and any other utility in the corridor which requires power. It's all going to come in off little plug boxes like this. So we'll have them mounted pretty much every single segment. So everywhere there's a light panel or a door or anything else, one of these will be behind the panel. So you'll have the pass-through cables which are taking power somewhere else, and then if it's a relevant power cable to that corridor, it will have junction boxes along it. Right, and then we've got so all of that per deck. Yeah, then I don't think I've actually got any deck ones around the place. That we only had those ones in the middle. So yeah, I'll have to go on the old files and dig out the old boxes, and we'll update these to fit the new corridor layout. So if let's load up C deck a minute, because we might find that a little bit easier to work out what we're doing. Just explode that a minute and then regroup it. It's better. We'll pick up the right direction of the axes though. Right, then we'll component that up. Let's copy those rounds, and again this one's going to have to be mirrored onto that side. So it's the easiest way to do that is if we make sure That's the only one we've got selected. Flip it along that axis. And then we will simply move it from there to there. So that would be B deck. So C, D, E, F, and G. And if we do the same horizontally to there, it gives us our outer rings as well. Yep, we are doing the wiring infrastructure for the Magellan, similar to how we were doing the Caravella on Sunday. Just working out how many cables we need in each particular deck, in each particular area, and then we can actually model them properly and put the plugs on them and all sorts. And then they can actually exist in the game exactly as we need them to. So you can start to see how the power infrastructure actually fits together. I think I may have gone a bit too high on. Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, so these ones need to be routed obviously underneath. That's fine. And if we turn off the C deck interior walls, you should see all of our cabling running through the walls there. And that one doesn't need to be there. So I wasn't going to cut out a hole on these corner posts. I was just going to leave it solid, but I think given that we're going to have the cables going up and over through the ceiling there, I think it would actually be good to cut that out as well, so that we can see where they're routing to, just to avoid confusion if you're following them. Otherwise you might sort of lose track of where they go if they just disappear there and end up appearing randomly in the ceiling. Obviously not every deck's going to have that many feed cables, but we'll whittle them down as we go. Yeah, I suppose... Actually, I suppose the easiest way of doing that... We've got a straight run here, so what we can do is take advantage of the straight edge that we have here, and bring them across so up there and horizontally across to the middle, and then have them go essentially alongside the HVAC, underneath it basically. So again, when you look up into the ceiling, you need to be able to see all the cables like crossing over above the ceiling. Yeah, and then they can drop down behind the UI screen and ultimately pop through for the box, the distribution box, which is sending them on their way. So it means we've got cables coming through there into there, and then that can be a series of straight cables, and then we can have a 90-degree bend there. So it's really just a case of deciding how many we need. Okay. So if we group those ones up, and we move them over there a bit. And make them much less tall. Right, so we just need to define what we want as a curve there. So I guess if we go 5 across, 5 up, then I guess the question is, do we do ever increasing arcs, or do we just stick to the same curve and just stagger it? Let's do one and try it and see. Actually, so you'll notice that the end of this curve is obviously at an angle. So when we draw that, we end up with this, which is no good. So what we need to do is just make sure that we extend that out by however long that is. Let's call it 2 centimeters. So we'll go 2 that way. It up, and then 2 that way as well. So 2 up, 2 across, 2 up from there. Might as well weld that into a useful curve. So now it will join up perfectly. Yeah, so we'd end up with something like that, I guess. So what would that be? 14, 14. Obviously we can move that across as needed. In fact, let's do exactly that. So move that across, let's say 20. And then move that across by 20. Yeah, I've noticed that YouTube's come up and moaned about bandwidth a couple of times. That's probably got a lot to do with it. Yeah, so we have all that lot coming up there. And then we'll use the same elbows on the top. I will make these higher resolution. So issue we have here is because we went like super low poly, we've got an issue whereby we've got mismatched edges. So really this needs to be symmetrical so that doesn't happen. That's fine, we'll keep it like that for now, just for testing. Seven times 7. Oh, that's an extra one. And yeah, when we actually model them properly, we'll put like brackets on them and do like proper cable trays, and make them look, fit for purpose. Okay, so the top section comes up like that. Actually, yeah. So we want them to be above the ceiling panels, so the ceiling panels obviously connect to those brackets, so they need to be above the plate, and I guess ideally we want the straight bit to pop through, so let's just sort that out. The idea from like an in-universe lore perspective is all of these segments are pressure vessels, so everywhere a cable protrudes through somewhere there'll be some kind of like rubber seal, just ensuring that vacuum is maintained when required. So we'd have these come out, I guess, to a minimum of there, so that we can see them. Come on, find the middle. Oh. It's really annoying. It kind of snaps for a second, then unsnaps. Oh, oh, oh. Almost at it. Come on. Come on. Just another day working with SketchUp. Come on, you can do it. There it is, got it. So from a corridor perspective, looking up through the ceiling, you'd see those cables running across, and then all the HVAC will be above them. So you'll see the HVAC conduit beyond. We might be able to bring it down a tad, but we'll have some kind of a cable tray again, just supporting them. And then those need to go around this curve, so we need a curved one definitely for going around there. And then however many cables we have going across is how many we need coming out of this box, or specifically this box. So, hang on, where are we going with this? So we got deck distributor. Oh, I just realised in my lunacy that we don't need a deck distributor on every deck because there is only one of them per quadrant. So we don't need all of those, just the one on G deck. But we do need a quadrant distributor on every deck, naturally. That's more sensible. Yeah, I think using a consistent curve works. I think if we'd gone wider and wider and wider, it probably wouldn't have looked quite so neat. Hey, Binary. Yes, we are doing cabling. Well, funnily enough, I did have exactly that because all the cables were built using splines. So all I had to do is have the blueprints just add up the length of each of the splines and save them in a central location. And that gave us exactly how much cabling was on the ship. But by doing it like this, what we'd have to do is take the length of the paths in SketchUp and add them together manually. So there is a way, it's just a more time-consuming and annoying way. Yeah, I think we'll definitely. Well, I say yes. The pipes feeding the reactor are cryo pipes, so really they'll be packed thick with insulation. So putting windows in them isn't particularly realistic. Okay, yeah, so it's here's a good example of a ceiling panel. So that's what you'll see kind of looking up through the ceiling panel. It's F deck, isn't it? So we do F deck. Oh yeah, it was F deck. Yeah, so it's going to be in the dark, obviously, above the ceiling panel, but you should still be able to see it. Let's export it and see. Yeah, sounds good to me. Actually, let's actually walk around it and see what it looks like. I'll save this while we're at it as well, so we don't lose what we've done. Well, something that I'd like to do one day is to do shipbuilding as a game mechanic. And I think as much as it's going to have to be prefabricated with all the framework pieces, I like the idea that once you've actually built the framework structure, you then have to go around and actually physically place every single wall panel, every single floor tile, and actually properly build it. I think that can be a lot of fun. Beauty of the live loading screen is you get to see the cabling now. That should look all kinds of epic once all the engine hardware is in and such. Again, ignore the frame rate. This is just it being dodgy in the editor. Yeah, there we go. So you can see the cabling's there. It's just behind everything, and right now it's inside of the HVAC, which we need to move up. Let's go have a look on engineering. Yeah, again, it's all getting embedded into all the HVAC hardware, which is already there. So we need to move that up to reveal the cabling underneath. Oh yeah, that's going to be a problem. Need to route around there. So it's all right there, so it's above where the HVAC goes through. Those are going to need moving sideways a bit because of the window. Although, if we have a cable tray kind of there, it doesn't matter if it's visible through the window a bit. I think seeing a cable tray through there just adds to the engineeringness of it all. Yeah, yeah, mind your step. So we definitely need to replace those vertical risers with the 10 centimeter version, because they're the higher voltage ones. So each one of these supplies one of these. So these need the higher gauge cable coming into them, because the quadrant distributors are distributing power across that quadrant. So everything on that quadrant is going to be on one of these cables. So they need to be quite chunky. So we'll have the big ones going up there. So we did do some in here, didn't we? I did work out why that's not turning on. I think it's on the wrong optimization level. There should be a panel there. Yeah, you can see the HVAC there, and running through there. And that is a hangover from when we used to have only 1/2 meter thick decks. So all that needs raising up above the level of the cabling. So the cables will all run underneath the HVAC. So there should be a bunch coming through the wall there. Showing them in the right place, yeah. So on the other side of that, I must have hid them inside the wall. Yeah, so those ones will feed this box, or at least one of them will. And then you've got the lighting circuit from there. Yeah, we have that to do. So obviously we've got all of these pipes, and I'm going to probably go a bit bigger with these, make them a bit thicker, because they are a bit thin for their purpose. And again, we want them to be visible, so we'll probably have a floor track with some grating so you can see them running through the floor. And then they need to run underneath the floor here and through that wall. So you'd see them come through that wall there. And obviously they need to then come through to the reactor. So we need to make sure we either go up and over, which is probably my preference, because I like it when the pipe work is kind of above you and around you. It makes it feel a lot more like you're actually in an engineering space rather than hiding all behind walls. Maybe. So the idea with the cryo room is that we were perhaps going to move it down below the reactor, where the fuel intake valves are. So when we do our ram scoop for gas giant atmospheres, we were going to put these tanks literally alongside that, but there just isn't enough room down there. So we'll probably leave all that where it is, and then just pipe everything through to it. But the pipes themselves need to be insulated. So right now, these are just bare uninsulated pipes, and these are supposed to be carrying cryogenic fluids through them. So they really need to be like padded, thick cables with lots of insulation. And we'll have those running most likely overhead along that beam there, of which there will be many, because you've got well, I guess you've got 6, haven't you? Because you've got the fuel in and out on both the deuterium and helium-3, and on the other side you've got the coolant loop, both in and out. So that's 6 pipes that need to be running down this wall under the floor. And then when you come out here, you should see those same 6 pipes through some floor grating running through, and then going off where they need to go in here. So I suppose the obvious thing to do would be to branch them under the doorway. So maybe show that visually, show them going off in different directions, and then have them come up the walls and across the top. Again, so you kind of get this kind of feel. So when you're there working in that space, you've got like pipe work all around you, which I think would be nicer. Thank you, Max. Very, very much appreciated. Happy to play my part. Yeah, okay. Let me just see if we can fix those lights a minute, because yeah, because they are there. So, oh look, there's no supply cable on them. That'll be why. This is why I want to move away from having manually configured supply cable names. Hang on, make sure I get the right one. And move to detection instead. So we'll have them so that the tip of each cable will be able to detect the end of the cable opposite it. So rather than having to manually tell each cable what it's connected to, we can just have that be automatic, which would be nice. Sure, I did this at some point. I mean, I can't have done, but I distinctly remember doing it. That's them fixed, and I think we also had a similar problem here, because where we had our end caps, so that one's good, that one's good. Right, let's go and just check that out and make sure it is actually working. Yes. We need to make it so they touch tips. Alright, yeah, so these ones are working. That's fine then. Those ones are not. Oh, so I must have missed them on this deck too. Hang on, let's go down and check it out. Who turned off the reactor? That's better. Yeah, so these ones must also be broken. It's because I didn't tell it which deck it's visible from. This is when the optimization is optimizing too good. Make sure we set our distances. Haha. Bug fixing while we go. Right, so we've got the main power supply for those ones. Those ones need to be thicker. Those ones going up there. So, right, so on B deck. Yeah, B deck's going to be a bit of an edge case because obviously the framework's in different places, and that's going to put it in the middle of the crew quarters. So we will have to do those separately. But that said, B deck only has the one distributor per quadrant, and then it's just got the extra one in there. So we're only going to need 2 cables on this side. Yeah, so we'll get rid of the B deck ones because they'll need to be done differently, and we don't need those bits on there either for the bridge. Programming jokes, gotta love them. So the onward job from this then is working out just how many of these feed cables we're going to need per deck. Route them into the boxes they need to be routed into. Need to do the bridge over the corridor junction like we've done here. We need to connect those up to the corresponding box, which, to be honest, we grab that a minute and then grab that. So they'll come out of there somewhere. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pretty sure we won't have that many. 7 times 8. Oh, no, that went completely the wrong way. Seven times 8. Yeah, so without a significantly larger box, we're not having that many. So let's say we've got that many. So each one of these obviously needs to connect up to that, and all that needs to happen inside the wall cavity. So that forms that. And then we're going to need the circular feed off of each box. So we go down to C deck again. Let's get rid of those a minute. Right, so we've got a distribution box here, basically. So one of these feed cables feeds that box, and then that box has 2 output cables for utilities and lighting. So we'll have 2 additional cables both of which are going to spur off in two directions, because it's pointless having a separate breaker just for like 2 lights and a door. So we'll just make that a spur which goes all the way around. Or I suppose it's more logical just to move the box over one, have the box here instead, and then just have the cable run from here around. So yeah, so the cable run goes from there around to there, in which case the next one takes over from there around and so on. And then for ring 2 we put the box here and go around that way, and we just put them either side of the bulkhead. And obviously the onward cables need to come up and over the door track, so they'll come up over there, back down again, and through on this side. Might have them do their upward journey from here, so you can see that that's what they're doing rather than disappearing into that wall. And I think rather than running the length like this, I think I'll do like individual segmented pieces around here, and I'll just join them together into one object. That will make laying the cables much easier. Yeah, so let's try just doing that run a minute, because we should be able to cheat a little bit. Because if we get our floor template, then we should have, a little, we've got our perpendicular edges there where they join up. So if we take that, so we need to decide exactly where in the wall it's going to go. I mean, right now we're around about there-ish, so let's just use that for testing purposes. What should we call it? Let's call it 25 from our edge line. Put that up there so we can see it. So we want it to be no lower than that so that we can see what we're doing. This one's going to be, yeah, it's a feed cable, so it can be 5. Color it in, make that a component. Yeah, so that's just one segment, but then all I need to do, yeah, I'll join them together into a group afterwards, but if I just copy that from there to there, times 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we can grab these, make them into a group. And I guess we need 2 of them because we need lighting and utilities, and I'll separate those out depending on how much room we need for the plugs. And if we pop that on the group like so, then that should propagate everywhere. Yeah, I'll do it like that. It's quick and it's easy. And because each one of these is a component, it means I can do things like add plugs to them, and then automatically just work. I'll have to do proprietary ones where we're going up and over doors, but it is fine. Yeah. And then I guess we need to decide, because if we're using the outside edge for the cable run there, then I guess we need to use the inside edge for the cable run here. Yeah. Again, we'll spur. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to spur anyway because we've got doors both sides of the corridor, so we're gonna need power cables both sides. Yeah, so we'll do various spurs of that cable as needed, and then the next one will be again this side, running around this way. Again, I think we'll just do a spur, so one goes that way and the other comes around this side as needed. So again, then if we take that, bring it in 25, which was our distance of choice. Bring that up. Guess we need to bring it up the same distance as the first one. So that would be to there. Make it a component. Make two of them. I'm going to save this before I copy it because it might crash. Same again, so we copy to there, and then we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we'll do 6 of them because that's going to be a longer one there. But we should be able to copy this to the other side of the long bit. And this is why we keep standard sizing. So if we copy that to there, it should be all aligned, yeah, up to that edge. And then we'll do like return caps on the end of those as well. So grab those, put them in the group. Okay, we're going to have to do a bit of shenanigans with this one because it's two separate sides. So I'll explode those. We shall grab all of our edges. Get rid of that. Put that there. Weld it into a single piece. Offset 25, delete the original one, right, and then we can just put that down to the right height and pipe it up. And again, because we're using perpendicular edges on the ends, they join together seamlessly. All in the name of my sanity, because otherwise that would drive me mad. Right, let's just re-export this again. Yeah, so you get kind of a rough idea of the power distribution as it stands. Not sure why we're missing this segment. But so you got the main feeds coming up the walls of the reactor room, and then those branch out into the individual breaker boxes on the corridor rings, and then each corridor ring has a couple of spurs coming off of it for powering lighting and utilities. Really looking forward to seeing like the whole ship with all of the hardware, all of the utilities, all the wires and pipes and everything visible. And then just do like a massive cutaway diagram with all of that visible. I think that's going to look all kinds of epic. Why don't we have that final segment? That's weird. Yeah, because that one's mirrored. Obviously the curve is going the wrong way. Exactly like that, Delta, yes. The one I'm thinking of, see if I can find a high resolution picture of it. Yeah, this one. So imagine this picture, but like with lots more hardware and wiring and everything visible. But yeah, something like this. I think we'll do a whole bunch of these cutaways. With different layers visible. So we'll do some which is hardware, some which is plumbing, you know, just all the different goodies. Okay, so when it comes to this particular cable run, I'm going to have to make this a unique group because obviously the cables are running in the opposite direction, so all this lot need to be around the other side. But that's fine. We will sort that out when we next look at it, I think. And then of course, when you look at how big the ship actually is, this is just a small part of just how much infrastructure is going to be needed for the whole vessel. Once we start doing the outer areas and doing all the high voltage cabling for things like the engines and the RCS, yeah, there's going to be a lot of cabling. A lot of cabling. That's true, Doctor, actually, yeah. They're not often depicted. Well, we seem to be at midnight already. That's just simply flown by tonight. So something we would like to do over Christmas is a 24-hour charity dev stream. I need to speak to Claire about like when we're going to do it specifically, and when we're going to start and end it. Whether we start a bit earlier, maybe in the evening, to give more people a chance to watch. But yeah, so let me know on Discord if you've got any ideas for what we could be doing for that dev stream. I might make it like the Friday one, where we just pick something random to do. Obviously, I'm going to be grinding it for 24 hours straight, so yeah, but we'll see what we end up doing. But yes, I absolutely love the idea, and I think we'll be doing it for Special Effect, which are a really cool charity. But yes, so I will talk to Claire, we will arrange something, but yeah, keep your ears and eyes tuned for a 24-hour stream between now and Christmas at some point, so that should be fun. But until then, what day are we on? Wednesday. So yes, I shall see you on Friday for quite possibly some planetary surface work. So that should be fun. Alright, have a great rest of the week ahead, and I shall see you on the next stream. Bye for now! Oh, actually, no stream on Friday. Why is there no stream on Friday? Are we off somewhere? We're probably off somewhere. See, this is why Claire does all the arranging and sorting things out for me, because I have no clue what's going on. I just turn up and work. Oh, of course, we're going to a medieval banquet in our local village, which is very cool. Yeah, where we live, it's like a medieval village, and there's lots of really, really old medieval stuff. And we've got like a 100-year-old barn, and they're doing a medieval banquet in there, which is going to be awesome. So yes, sorry, there'll be no stream on Friday, but yes, we will make up for it with a 24-hour dev stream. Right, now I really am going now, so see you on the next stream, which will probably be Sunday now. Right, have a good one. Bye!